Go, hein, c'est toujours Self and Fire, hein. C'est un jeu narratif, si j'ai bien compris. Un truc chill pour terminer la soirée. Chapitre 1. In watercolor. C'est un peu fort. Avion. The plane. Il faut que je clique en fait. What? Ah, c'est juste des gens qui s'amusent à tirer sur des trucs, d'accord. Ça me rassure. D'une certaine façon. Pas la traduction, hein. Je suis pas doué en traduction, je vous laisse traduire pour vous, hein. Faut mieux pas que j'essaye, je suis pas doué pour ça. Après je peux le lire en anglais, hein, mais there is always an intense emptiness ended in a silence at the end of a session. The quietness followed her. She walked with purpose, direction, hands sitting firmly in the pockets of her army jacket. The road is mostly forest until you reach the town center. Then you start seeing garbage. It's a clean part of town. The garbage is human. Old men and women sitting in their plastic graves, smoking compulsively as if they have just realized they didn't smoke enough in their youth. Corpulent walkers, desperately filling their stomach to sustain the next hours of labor. Rotting memories flowing into the storm drains. Social security numbers with suppressed ambitions. Closing businesses, quiet death. There's a strong sense of decay in place. It's understood that growth is nothing but an intangible concept, wholly idealistic. Stagnation is a default state of being, and those who dare to hope are seen as demented. The walk home was an indistinct blur. C'est des caravanes? On dirait. Home was a silent void. A rusty carcass among 20 equally putrid carcasses. Trailer parks house disposable people. Invisible people. People who may be discarded after one too many sick days. People who exist to generate value. Today, Michelle generated value. She went to school, she did her homework, she fit in. In the system, she fit in. But she was no human. She did not fit in with those around her, existing outside of a collective awareness. She She had always been a ghost. To sleep is to taste death. Your perception ceases and your connection to life is severed. Sleep in itself doesn't feel good. It's pleasurable simply because it simulates death, absence from reality. Et B, chapitre 1, la joie. La joie absolue. Ça promet. J'ai dit que ça allait être un jeu chill, hein, pas déprimant. Ça peut être chill et déprimant. Hein, pas forcément chill joyeux. Chapitre 2, Crawl. 5h30, oh l'enfer. No one will start Michelle's day for her. Not anymore. It has been 10 months now. I have no address, so he can't send letters. He's becoming a memory, a father. More ID than person. A man consisting mostly of his absence. She doesn't like to think of him in the past tense, but tenses makes inadvertently. Dur à dire ça. Her father, Ego, is an intelligent man. Not an intellectual, but an individual who understood the world better than most. He spoke of war, of governments, of consequences of the past. Things most people don't want to hear about. He did not belong in a trailer park. The reality of his living conditions forced him into a subdued existence. Sometimes, memories of him feel like dreams. He'll be back. Once this all blows over, he'll be back. She thinks of her father on the way to school. The morning embodies lifelessness. The world is standing by in a perpetual state of inactivity. Pourquoi les gens ils se bavent dessus? On broken bodies and the bus stops, waiting for the restart of a tired cycle. Lives vanishing into stale air. Souls drooling from gaping mouths, sliding down crooked necks, akin to daggers. Voilà pourquoi ils se bavent dessus. The stillness is most apparent in the lethargy of the morning, but it still remains once the noise and movement of a working day set in. Minds too exhausted to care. Cogs walking towards nothing, towards repetition itself. Standing still, they wait for the day to end, for the week to end. For nothing in particular, for death. At the entrance gate, she takes off her jacket and folds it over her arm. No one at school likes seeing military attire, or anything that reminds them of war in general. It's what men wear when they're sent to die. She likes the jacket though. It makes her feel big. The corridors are full of young men and women loudly chatting, hurriedly opening and closing lockers, organizing the school supplies, and unconsciously following the waves of the sea formed by the amalgamation of their own bodies. The bell rings and the tide speeds up. Doors serve as selective bottlenecks that drain the masses into each classroom. Michelle lets the ocean carry her. She leads her body to the end of the classroom, sits down, pulls a notebook from under her desk, and opens it to an arbitrary page. Pen and paper never touch. The teacher talks about nothing to no one in particular. From her confinement, Michelle looks at the outside world. The wind moves a tree branch, and her head moves along with it, softly swaying. Sun rays and shadows dance through the window, a quiet performance, unbeknownst to anyone but her. A little secret made of light. Leaves descend around the students, painting their paths in bright yellow and warm greens. As a ghost, she sits and observes. These are all familiar people, faces she's grown accustomed to over the years. None of them have taken note of her existence. One day, she'll find people. She'll be venerated by equals and make friends with those worth the effort. Michelle sees herself as an important person in stasis. Her future awaits her as a decision maker, perhaps even as an astute politician or a skilled artist. For now, loneliness doesn't bother her. She's a woman from underground, awaiting greatness. All she has to do is wait. And so, she waits for the year to end, for school to end. It would be the most dreadful fate to end up living a life of mediocrity. Yet here she is, unable to crawl away from where ideas go to die. There is a remarkable emptiness in the streets during this time of day. Most people are confined to their desks and cages, leaving silence to take over. Her footsteps almost echo in the stillness. As expected, the library is empty. The air is thick, charged with the smell of old paper and moldy carpet. The uneven floor forces an ungraceful gait, as if stepping on a mattress. A suffocating quietude permeates the space. The library doesn't receive donation often, so any book that hasn't yet been degraded by time stands out. Elephant, she observes, taking a tome from the shelf. Michelle finds a comfortable place to read. Elephant. The title appears alone on a plain white cover. No author's name, no illustrations, no details on the back. A single blank page stands before the start of the text. There are no chapters. Decontextualized descriptions of violent murders fill several pages from top to bottom, only occasionally interrupted by snippets of random people's daily lives. 3 paragraphs of friend loving over coffee, followed by 5 pages dedicated to a single public execution. Sickening. Hypnotic. This brutality is narrated in a dispassionate, impersonal, almost documental fashion. In its last moments, the book narrates the reader's own murder, alternating between the victim's point of view and that of the killer. The final sentence reads, "He put the pistol against your forehead and..." Unwritten, the echo of a gunshot lingers in her mind. Bang, a soft voice whispers. Huh? Chapitre 3. Blossom. Ok, il va peut-être enfin se passer quelque chose. Parce que là c'est dur, quoi. So, what do? I work part-time at a dinner. C'est bien, il y a des couleurs au début de la phrase pour dire qui parle. Vert, rouge. Boring, but could be worse. We don't get many customers. No. What do you do? In general. With your time. Michelle had to stop and think. She had never put it into words. I just hang around, I guess. I like going into these abandoned mills and processing plants we have all over the outskirts. I head to the woods sometimes, or the library, places where people can't find you. Just killing time alone, really. That sounds depressing. I mean, it isn't just standing around. It's more like exploration. Sometimes I bring some stuff to burn. Burn? Like set on fire? Yeah. Nice. Nice. What do you do with your time? Nothing that interesting. I play the guitar, some of my own compositions. I write. I like walking around sometimes, but with no real direction. I guess I'm just killing time too. Seems like that's all we do nowadays. Doesn't sound like you have that many friends. Nah, most of my friends came and went. Maybe I'm just nothing. Michelle wasn't used to company. Walking beside this girl brought her a distinct sense of warmth. It felt like sharing a secret habit with an old friend. Her heart beat a little faster than usual. You never told me your name. I'm Alex. Michelle. Michelle's workplace, a dinner called Toby's, was nearly empty when they arrived. At the rightmost table, a boy reads a newspaper. He wore military attire, leather boots, a short black cap, and an elegant jacket. The letter was very similar to Michel's jacket, the only difference being the symbol displayed on the sleeve. She had ripped off her coat of arms. He looked remarkably young for a serviceman, only 1 or 2 years older than the girls. The usual, Richard? Yeah, he answered without looking. I'll be right back. Alex sat in the corner and looked around. A peaceful silence filled the air, occasionally broken by the turn of a page. It was hard not to feel like an intruder. This universe of calm was not meant to be witnessed, not by her. Michel reappeared dressed in uniform, carrying Richard's order in a tray. She served him and returned to the counter. People hate these guys, she comments, bringing Alex a cup of coffee. I don't mind them at all. I just find it strange they're so young. It's what they represent. No one wants to remember there's a war going on. There's a war going on. I don't feel like anything's changed since they got here. Whatever, it's too little, too late. Suppose something does happen. What are a handful of guys gonna do? A few miles north, and you'll see. Town's full, and I mean full, of military personnel. Guard posts, vehicles, all of that. They're always talking about it on the radio. You sure of it? Are you sure it's that bad? Don't you think they will send more men if it gets to that point? No, not anymore. I don't know if it's because we're in a poorer town or if they're running out of resources. I've got a bad feeling about this. It's like something horrible is going to happen very soon, and everyone around us just keeps looking away, waiting until it blows up. Sorry, I don't want to stress you out. Maybe I'm just paranoid. Michelle kept quiet. She looked outside. You? It was a nice, sunny afternoon. Clouds in peaceful motion. Treetops swaying in the wind. It didn't look like the world was about to end. It didn't look like the world was about to end. Certainly. Certainly. The conversation occupied the whole afternoon. When they left, dusk had already crept into the atmosphere. Do we go to the same school? Michelle asked, trying to examine Alex's face in the dark. Yep, I've seen you around. You've got a memorable face. Because of my eyes. She was used to this type of comment. I meant, you're pretty. Her heart skipped a bit. Alex walks home alone. She opens the door and walks into her casket. The door is fake. The windows are fake. The walls are fake. Something produced by a child who had a faint idea of what a house should look like. The furniture is adorned with empty bottles and plastic garbage. The walls and floor are stained with mold. The minuscule living room has an unpleasant stench that's just too hard to describe. It smells of uncleanliness, like the structure itself is rotting, eagerly waiting for a cue to collapse. Ew. As the centerpiece lies a fat blob of meat. It protrudes from small couch like a tumor, surrounded by empty cans and by empty bottles and by emptiness in and of itself. The thing groaned in an attempt to acknowledge Alex. She rushes to her room, as long as she keeps herself as small as possible. There will not be any disagreements. Alex looks in the mirror. Beyond the reflection, nothing. A rough outline suggesting the shape of a person. She is. Tonight the girl lies without her limbs. The air consumed them. She can't hope to run or crawl. Memories of a wasted future rock her to sleep. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. When? I. Soon. Pass. I will be gone. Fade in the void. No eyes to behold as I fall into none, into ashes. I'll be come with me and lose the ribbon, and I am no longer one with the clock. Ok, ok, pas mieux. Ça allait un peu mieux, hein, cool. Michel s'est trouvé une amie, c'était un petit peu plus joyeux. Le problème, c'est qu'Alex Alex a pas l'air d'aller fort non plus. Hein. Ça a l'air d'être même pire. Chapitre 4, Small Trade. A tired habit. Michelle looked in the mirror. Examining her own reflection was an act of morbid curiosity. She could tell which features had been inherited from her father, but the rest seemed unrecognizable. Half of her face belonged to a dead stranger. Today, surprisingly, the stranger smiled at her. Walking to school, she witnessed the same cyclical nothingness from yesterday and the day before yesterday. She passed through the same bridges and the same thoroughfares, and the same overpasses, and the same closing stores, and the same meaningless, indifferent people, bathing their bruised scalps in the coldness of the sun. Nothing had changed, but something had shifted. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. She was waiting for something, that much was clear. Waiting. Nothing out of the ordinary. Most of existence consists of waiting. Waiting for the clock to start a walking day, a waking day. Waiting for the bus, waiting for the class to begin, then waiting for it to end. Waiting for sleep to finally take away your consciousness. Moments of distraction masquerade as purpose. Everything will be lost to time. She vegetated for the first few periods. The bell rang. Routine. Hey! How's it going? I'm here. Alive, I think. You okay? Yeah. I just get kinda drowsy around this time. I get it. Everything's so repetitive. It's like this place was made to drain your energy. I have this weird thing I do when the class is especially boring. What is it? I kind of sleep while still being awake. Everyone is sleepwalking to some extent. No, I can tune out, let go of life and drift into the state of absence. My body is there, but I'm disconnected from reality. So you meditate? I guess. I look at some small detail, like a tree branch or a leaf. And if I focus hard enough, if I focus with my whole being, I can lose myself in it. Makes time pass faster. That's kinda scary. Why? What if you can't find your way back? You're looking really rough today, you know that? That's just what I look like, in general. Are you hungry? A little, she said, wondering what exactly gave it away. I ran out of food for the month this morning, so I had to... You ran out of food? She asked, taken aback. It's not too bad. I can steal it at work and... Wait here. I'll be right back. Michelle couldn't understand. What reason did this girl have to worry about someone else's meal? Alex came back holding 2 neatly packaged grilled cheese sandwiches. Those really expensive ones from the school cafeteria. Here. One for right now and the other for later, after work. You bought this for me? Just eat. You need it. Her tone was somewhat blunt. Michelle accepted the gesture hesitantly. Today's not my shift, but thanks. What? You're just not gonna eat properly for the rest of the month? I can manage. You shouldn't have to. For the remainder of the break, we enjoyed each other's company. It was nice, simply, to be beside someone else. Words felt entirely unnecessary. Mutual, comfortable silence. Shadows of students who looked faintly similar but incomprehensibly distant danced around the girls. Black silhouettes, laughing and waving. They watched the specters as one would watch a play. Other humans existed as part of performative acts. Their lives extended no further. Michelle imagined herself as one of the men in Plato's cave. Wanna hang out after class? Oh. So, nice. You're a pro. Hey. C'est la première fois qu'ils sont animés. Ça progresse. The girls lean against a metal container in the middle of a construction site. The place had been abandoned for years. A common sight. Most structures had been left to rot in some way or another. The town is full of unfinished bridges, unused train tracks, rusted corpses, false premises, skeletons made of construction beams. What else do you do here? Anything, really. Sometimes I climb things, sometimes I kick stuff around, sometimes I just lie down and wait. And what do you wait for? Michelle didn't know. Until I get bored of lying down. Alone? Alone. I was right, this is depressing. I don't mind. It's nice to be myself like this. To be by myself. Meditative. I get the sense that all you do is vegetate. There's more to it. In places like this, it's just me and my thoughts. I'm my only witness. No one's around to bother. Am I bothering you? No, you're not like other people. You have something they lack. Awareness? Depth, I think. Michelle didn't know enough about Alex to make such a statement. This was an uncertain notion, but one she vehemently believed in, as some believe in God. How come? Talking to you makes sense. You understand what I say. Isn't it like that with everyone? Only superficially. You listen. People don't really talk to me. They talk at me. Does that make sense? Interactions are one-sided, kinda. Like the other person isn't really there. I've noticed. Most people just want to hear themselves talk. They want validation. Validation for what? Their opinions, their word of use. Common sense, I guess. Eventually, you learn to tell them what they want to hear. That sucks. I don't want to pretend I'm someone else. I mean, not everyone likes that. You're a real optimist. I wish. Places are good substitutes for people. What do you mean? If you hang around long enough, you can become familiar with the place. You start finding secrets, quirks, stuff you'd miss on your first visit. Like making a friend. Let me show you. Michel led Alex to a sad little pile of cinder blocks. Look inside these bricks. Hundreds of small spiders greeted them from intricately designed webs. Elles sont trop cute, les petites araignées. Oh. The creators weaved, walked and rested unbothered by the two giants that peered into the world. They seemed to wave. There's a whole society in there. Cool, right? They have their own little universe. Do you check on them often? Whenever I come here. I wonder if they recognize you. They look fragile, like a gust of wind or some rain could kill them off. Life is fragile. You have to protect them. Let them be. We're all the gods, we're observers. There's a place I want to show you. The girl stood by an abandoned car. Looking through the windows, they could see the owner's neglected belongings. Interesting, isn't it? It's like someone's life laid out in front of us. Don't you think this is kinda voyeuristic? It's more like a historical exhibition. I treat this place as a museum. The back seat had been repurposed as a bed. There was a sealed food can on the ground next to a pencil case, some loose papers and a folder. A stack of thick books occupied the driver's seat. Two stuffed animals and a plastic duck. Sat shotgun. It was undeniably a living space. Every aspect of the interior suggested the existence of an inhabitant, evidence of a secret life, remnants of a private past. Besides, the owner is long gone. It's been like this for at least a decade, like a time capsule. No one else knows about it? Aside from us? Nope. I guess this is one of the places I'm familiar with. Seeing these books, there must have been a college student, probably working part-time not to starve. A not very organized space. Must have had an hectic mind. Hard to stay sane in a situation like this. But it's admirable. They were dedicated. They were pursuing something. You can't say that about most people. This was a person full of ambition, full of complexity. Sometimes I wonder what life was like for them. The routine, really. How it must have felt to be reading your uni material deep into the night in that cramped backseat. Michelle continued to stare into the car as Alex rattled about the protagonists of her speculations. She spoke of this hypothetical being with a particular assuredness, as if the events had happened to her and not to a character. Or maybe late in the afternoon, standing outside to get some fresh air, listening to the crickets at the sunset, alone with her thoughts, completely secluded. How lonely it must have felt. How liberating too. Do you think this person can feel us? What? Can they sense us looking into the history? We're not here anymore. No, I meant just like we're looking at them from the present and looking at us from the past. I doubt it. They didn't know someone would be watching. Maybe they wanted to be remembered somehow. That's why they felt they left all this stuff here. Would that make us witnesses? In a way, yeah. Or ghosts. Michelle felt a pleasant uneasiness. An undefinable sensation would rise within her whenever she glanced at Alex. An acidic discomfort in her throat. Strange, unfamiliar. Tiny anxieties faded in and out of her consciousness at the rate of her heartbeat. Still, she made eye contact. People respect you when you look them in the eyes, she was taught. But she desired something beyond. Respect is an emotionless courtesy. It may exist between strangers who still have reasons to doubt each other. Michelle wanted respect between her and Alex to be guaranteed, presumed, unquestioned. She wanted to be part of Alex's universe. Alex was a real person, one of a kind, someone with a conscience, someone who could look you in the eyes and answer your question thoughtfully, someone worth the effort. Finally, someone worth the effort. In a dream, Alex would be purity in human form, a holy being, an angel, a gathering of all virtues. Michelle, however, was still drowning in ambition, never quite reaching her full potential. They were not equal. How lucky she was to have the attention of such an important, complete individual. The lampposts lit up earlier than usual. I do feel like a ghost sometimes. In what way? Like an observer. The world's moving on while I'm watching from the sidelines. And I'm just existing. Waiting until something happens that will start my real life. Everyone's a little bit like that. I don't know where I'm going either. I'm just worried it will always be this way. I look around and I see people made of plastic. And they wait at the bus stops They go to work and they wander around completing these small cycles, but they're not really doing anything. They're feeling their time out until the day is over. I get tired just looking at them. I don't want to turn out like that. Aren't we doing exactly that right now? Michelle wondered if Alex saw her as a waste of time. That's just the nature of things. There's not much we can do about it. I can't accept that. You have to, eventually. Generally, people are passive toward their lives because they wouldn't know what to do with complete freedom. We need these small cycles to have some sense of order. So we lock ourselves in different enclosures like job and marriage. If you have enough free will, suddenly you'll have to start making your own choices, looking inward. Maybe then you will realize there really isn't anything inside you. Wouldn't that be terrifying? To find out you're empty as a person? And how do I know I'm not empty? I have no idea. I think maybe when others start treating you differently, when you know you're a full person, that's when you know you're a full person. If a lot of people know your name and look up to you, it means you have something special, something that sets you apart from the crowd. How people follow those rules. Being full as a person isn't anything quantifiable, not by other people anyway. We've had empty leaders before, and most of our leaders are hollow people. One day, you'll look at yourself and realize whether or not you've become a real person. No one else will do it for you. Are you a real person? Are you? Not yet, but I feel I have potential. That doesn't mean anything. Everyone has potential. We're all drowning in potential. If you stay still, it's all you will have. Well, I have plans. It's all gonna get better when I finish school. I'll move out, go to college, do something, be somebody. I won't have to wait around for too long. You're waiting to be somebody, huh? What are you going to study in college? I don't know yet. What about you? Nothing really interests me. I will see what happens when school's over. I'd be glad to be alive by then. Are you okay? Just hyperbole. The moon hung in the sky prematurely and unceremoniously. Pathetically, even. How shameful of the celestial body, visible to all of humanity, to present itself as a faint stain. Are you hungry? Starving. I know a place around here. I'll buy you something. But I insist. You were reading Elephants yesterday, right? What do you think about it? It's uncomfortable. It's a hateful book. I liked it. Hateful? I thought it was more cold and clinical than hateful. Dehumanizing, I think, is the right word. I got the idea that everyone in the world was an alienated idiot. The ones who weren't serial killers anyway. I hated all of them. You see, it's not that they're alienated, it's that they want to stay alienated. They think that tragedy won't reach them if they keep ignoring it. They never realized what was happening, right? Alex leaned forward, smiling. The girl had wise, intoxicatingly wise eyes. The look of someone who knew more than they were letting on. Not about any specific subject or for any particular reason, simply out of habit. Michelle wanted to know everything Alex thought about, everything she didn't say out loud. Think about the society they live in. You don't have dozens of people killed without some kind of news report about it. Still, they kept laughing and joking while the world falls apart. Blind, they're complicit. I'd be the same. Can you imagine living in that world? Escapism is all we'd have. And it's that escapism that makes us pray. Darkness is the sun and the people in the limbo between days are allowed to dream. They may rest their bodies and put their ambitions to rest, knowing the next morning will drag them back into cyclical politeness. Little did they know, this moment is part of the cycle itself. A few hours of control are granted to feign meaning, so that thousands of little humans are content with the lies they're falling into, so that they forget to imagine a better world. The streets are quiet, too quiet, imbued with a disconcerting tranquility, similar to that of the morning. Only the hues that have changed. Tomorrow will come, to the dismay of many. If only one could sleep forever. Michelle and Alex wandered into the night, both knowing they'd have to part ways soon, but neither willing to mention it. I like you. As a friend, I mean. Why? I don't know. We can't choose the people we're drawn to. Why do you like me? You bought me food. And you kept me company. But that sounds too much like a trade, doesn't it? How do you know I like you? Intuition. And to do this again tomorrow? Want to do this again tomorrow? I'll be at work all afternoon. Still have some time today though. This late? Your parents are relaxed like that? Initially, Michelle replied with silence. Alex could sense she had asked the wrong question. I don't have parents. Army sent my dad away. Been a few months already. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. He'll be back when this all blows over. Sorry, I didn't want to bring you down. It's okay, I can listen if you want to talk about it. The rest of the walk was silent. It's still strange coming back to an empty home. Every time she foolishly expects to see Ego, assuming the improbable to have occurred. Michelle, I've been waiting for you all day. My God, Dad, you're home. I knew you'd come. What happened? They let me go. I was discharged. I love you. I love you so much. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. They realized my place isn't among the cannon fodder. I told them I was heartbroken to leave my daughter behind, and they sent me back. Dad, please, don't ever leave me again. I won't. I promise. I love you. This is stupid. It doesn't talk like that. When she starts thinking about him, it's hard to stop. Some would call him paranoid. He slept with a revolver next to his bed and read 3 different newspapers to get unbiased information, as he explained. From an early age, Michelle would hear about how terrible people run the country and how their carelessness can and will kill their own population. He encouraged her to do well in her studies so she could crawl out of poverty and save her own skin. He was gone. Now he's on the battlefield somewhere, being shot at by those who don't know his name, shooting at those whose names he doesn't know. No longer human, but a weapon. She pulls the gun from her pocket and loads it and points it at the wall. His words linger in her mind still. One day, Michelle, someone may want to take away your freedom. By God, I hope the day doesn't come. But if it does, do not be afraid of taking action. The firearm was a gift from him. He taught her about safety, taught her that weapons are tools and not toys, taught that they should be used only as a last resort. He would be disappointed to her. She wishes this mattered. Why? Why did this happen to her? Couldn't it have been someone else's father? As thoughts occurs, if she disappeared, if she died suddenly, no one would feel her absence. I like setting things on fire. The different ways in which an object falls apart brings me some twisted sort of joy, a sadistic kind of satisfaction. The final moment of any given object are similar to the final moments of any given creature. It's something you notice after watching tiny rodents get killed by cats. Once the felines' teeth crush the head or spinal cords of their prey, screaming turns into stillness, and desperation turns into acceptance. A limbs slowly falter as the body succumbs to darkness. The small creature who previously stored a soul becomes an object. It becomes nothing. The occasional spasm may serve as a reminder of what little subjectivity could fit inside the tiny minds, but exists no longer. nervous. Nervous impulses searches for a brain that won't answer. So, I like burning things. I like to deprive items of purpose, rendering them useless. Objects are not alive, but the soul of an object lies in its purpose, its value. A blender is only a blender until it stops cutting fruit. Then it becomes a garbage. It becomes nothing. What is a person with no soul? An object, and an object without value. Je sais pas où on va. Hein. Je sais pas où on va, mais on y va fort, quoi. Chapitre 5. The Sound of Rain. It was late in the afternoon, and the day still hadn't started. Michelle looked at nothing, lost in thoughtlessness. Oh, a lonely fly hovered around the sugar shaker. Ils sont trop mignons les animaux. The soldier slept peacefully, as usual. The air was thick with silence. Slow day. Hi. How do you keep sneaking up on me? You don't realize how often you have your eyes closed. Alex chuckled. Her laugh was discreet, graceful. Elegance concealed some deeper understanding of the conversation, of the state of affairs, of life itself. Michelle, stone-faced, spent a few seconds silently staring at her, entranced. You don't smile much, do you? Should I? No, fake smiles are disgusting. Anyway, I just wanted to pay you a visit. Thank God. Boredom's been killing me. Can I get you anything? I don't have any money on me. It's on the house. Does Tommy ever come here? Who? The person this place was named after. Oh, he died 3 years ago. Now it's owned by a company or something. I'm sorry. It's fine. I do not know him. You're not supposed to feel bad about people you don't know, right? He might have been a great guy, who knows? To me, death is always a tragedy. I prefer not to think about it too much. You have to think of the dead once in a while. People don't stop being important after they die. They do. They become corpses. We're all walking corpses. Memories makes us human. Forgetting someone is dehumanizing in that sense. There are hundreds of thousands of people dying and being born every day. You gotta do something really extraordinary for society if you want to be remembered. What's the point? You deserve to be remembered because you were useful? People and tools. That doesn't sound right. What would make anyone care about you then? You know, as long as two people remember each other, I think that's enough. Will you remember me? Are you moving out soon? Just in general. Will you remember me? Yeah, I will. I remember you. A ritual. Alex buys food at a corner store. J'aime pas ce qui se passe. The thousandth repetition of an ultimately meaningless habit. A Sisyphean task. A tired point in time, reiterated. Over, another, 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 another. Moment like this, all drawn into continuous flow of boredom and dissatisfaction. Her consciousness takes a backseat and something inhuman assumes control. She can only experience the world around her as an isolated observer. Alex is dead. Something killed her, skinned her, and began wearing her face as a mask. Rows of identical products extend infinitely into the store. No beginning, no end. She could walk for years only to find herself exactly where she started. A treadmill between two mirrors. In the distance, a muffled radio speaks of death. It cycles through desperate voices and inevitable tragedies. Inconsequential noise. Hundreds of lives must have been extinguished. Her world remains unchanged. Building collapse as she chooses between two types of bread. It rests on a baseball match. It's all they talk about nowadays, ain't it? Its head sways back and forth, easing in and out of gravity. Unblinking, its face muscles don't move as it speaks. The lips, and only the lips, contort on their own. This creature has lost its soul. The situation seems pretty serious. They're always saying it's serious. Always saying this, always saying that. It was the same about the Germans, same about the Russians. Never seen one bomb fall, but you bet they didn't shut up about it on the radio. Nothing's gonna happen. $23.50. Here is your change. « Ah non, pas le blob. Oh non. Alone, she's back to non-existence. There is no real Alex, only a collection of performances, concrete solely when perceived, no subtexts. There is no beauty in her agony, either. Majestic sufferers belongs in books. In art, you will find beautiful young people who cry from poetic tragedy, delicate muses who rest their heads on their arms and act out depression with grace, objects to be gazed upon. Alex's decay is deeply unaesthetic, boring, passionless. It would make for an excruciating narrative. The most intense pleasures occurs in despair. There is a profound, perverted satisfaction to be gained from being aware of our own hopelessness. It feels comfortable to let go, to let the world carry your corpse for you, to let misery consume you entirely, to vanish, knowing there is no escape from the pit you've dug yourself into. Alex sinks into the bed. The mattress slowly engulfs her body. Being unable to move is soothing. To sleep is a taste of death. Once reality withers away, the dreamers may experience peace. In a dream, Alex is dust. She dangles from the usual transmission tower. An invisible force pins her weightless limbs to the steel. A familiar being of deathly appearance keeps her company. How have you been? I don't know. Tired. Something's off. I have nothing left to say. Why are you here then? I don't know. Misplaced, maybe? It doesn't matter. Soon enough, they'll come and burn everything. Round us up, execute us. I think everyone is just waiting to die. And you? I met a girl. I see. She's nice. You've met many. I'm hallucinating, aren't I? I'm very sure of my existence. Why would you want to be here out of all places? I just like watching. Are you some kind of sadist? Sadist? How could my life possibly interest you? Each individual is their own world. After all, isn't every person deserving of love? Of course not. Willing to love just to... Are you willing to love just about anyone? Alex looked confused. She couldn't answer properly. There was something disorienting about the moment. Huh? You have to expect the least from people. Be too kind and they will step on you. Suddenly, she remembered what they were talking about. I tried to be open. It's wrong. It feels wrong, but hostility is a default. I like to believe everyone has something to offer. You're naive. Maybe. I like that about you. Really? It takes some purity of soul to be naive. But it makes me concerned. I think I talk to God. What did he say? I don't remember. Do you think he still cares about us? It doesn't take any of this too seriously. It's comforting in a way. Looks like it's about to rain. Rainy days really bring me down sometimes. It's the opposite for me. I love it when it rains. Really? Why is that? Hey, I've seen other people playing this game definitely biased, but for some reason a T40 reading of Michelle and Alex would leave my brain. Wouldn't leave my brain. Yeah? I get it. Well, for now it's quite depressing. Honestly, I don't know where we're going with this story, but it seems like there's something huge, especially for Alex. I'm quite concerned, actually. I'm a bit afraid. But I don't know. We're going to see. Is the story long, or am I nearing the end? Just to know. Just to know if I will read the whole thing today. It took like 2.5 hours for me. Just reading it. I mean, reading in your head, because reading out loud it's a bit slower. But yeah, 2 hours and a half. Maybe I will not finish today. Oh no, we'll see. Yeah, in your head. Okay. So maybe it will be longer than I thought. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Eh, coucou. Coucou Medusa Desura. Bienvenue. Voilà qu'il y a du monde qui arrive. Tu connais aussi le jeu? Je suis en pleine lecture. C'est compliqué, hein. J'ai peur, j'ai peur. Ah, tu découvres. Ok, ok. Bon, par contre, je le lis en anglais, hein, parce que je suis vraiment pas doué pour traduire à la volée les textes, donc je le lis en anglais. Après, je te conseille peut-être de le lire, Là, on est genre à la moitié de l'histoire, au moins. Tu vas peut-être te spoiler si tu commences à suivre d'ici. Je dis ça, voilà. À toi de voir après. Bref. Really? Why is that? It's the little things, you know. I love the sound of it. The little plick, plick, plick on the windows. It's almost like music. Sometimes the rain would accidentally play a few notes, and you just think it will start a melody, but it always trails off. It's pretty too. After it rains, the grass and trees get a shimmering look, like they're made of glass. It's hard to describe, but I love how it looks. I get what you mean. I guess I just never paid much attention to it. But most days end up looking so bleak. The weather clouds over. Everything's darker all of a sudden. Messes up my sense of time. It's like the day ended sooner than it should. Today's a little like that. I don't know. I found that stuff beautiful. There's a surreal quality to a day that looks like night. Is this a place? Yep, I'm sure you'll like it. The ice cream shop was nearly empty, silent except for the muffled sound of rain. A young woman who had bags instead of eyes was slouched over the counter. She seemed to be blissfully absent, detached, permanently gazing into a parallel reality. Junkie, probably. Upon seeing Alex, she rose from her seat, picked up a medium paper bowl, and served 2 scoops of the chocolate variety. It was an automatic, unconscious set of actions. Thanks, I'll pay for hers, said Alex. She took her ice cream and sat by the window. She cast a secret glance at Michelle. Michelle, her entirety as a person, was displayed plainly. All of her memories, sensibilities, peculiarities, contained within a simple human form, in full view. Infinite complexity made observable. Alex looked at the girl as if admiring a painting. There was a universe inside Michelle, one which Alex felt she could reach into, mold, leaving her own fingerprints across her malleable essence. It occurred to Alex that she wanted to touch Michelle, gently, to make sure she was as tangible as she seemed from a distance. You gotta stop spending so much on me. It's cheap. Still, I don't want you to feel guilty. Go on, taste it. Her eyes widened. She smiled. Such a sweet, sincere smile. What an admirable creature. It's good. Didn't I tell you? I've never had a strawberry one. Can I try yours? Sure. Alex wished the moment had lasted a little longer. It really is good. Here. When the rain stopped and the sky cleared, the day was already dying. The final remnants of sunshine tinted the dawn a full orange. Broken windows, rusted gates, and ancient asphalt were coated in a thin, frail veil of light. The sun smiled at the girls in indifference, a reminder that despite the rain, despite the darkness, the rest of the world kept going, unchanged. I'm really tired. It's okay if you wanna go home. No, it's fine. I like this, being around you. It's just... I don't even know what I'm tired of. I'm just fed up, in general. Do you ever feel like that? Yeah, but I try not to think about it. I don't know. These days, it's like I don't even wake up. I just let some mindless impulse control me through the day while I sit back and watch. And I just watch. And that's all I do, all the time. I just watch and I really lost something, I think. Something that tied me to reality. Some innocence, some impalpable kind of profoundness. I don't know what I'm talking about. I get it. The world feels a lot smaller now, doesn't it? I think about the books I used to read. Stories felt more real, larger than life. I guess I thought I would live out my own fantasy at some point. Things are more shallow than I expected. Yeah. Maybe that's what happens when you get older. I don't feel like I've grown up at all. If these are supposed to be my best years, it's all downhill from here, isn't it? I think I missed my chance. We're young. There's still time. What I lost is something beyond the physical, beyond age. I lost my soul. Can't we get it back? No. Have you seen a person with no soul? Whatever they lost, it's completely gone. Unsalvageable. I'll give you a piece of my soul then. Is that even possible? I'd like to try. Alex couldn't sleep. She lay in a catatonic state, utterly silent, eyes wide open. An uninformed observer would have mistaken her for a dead body. But of course, no one was there to witness her. From her bed, she looked through the window. A tree. An insignificant shape. An object so familiar, its presence barely registered. Still, She analyzed it intently. Something seemed different. Michelle's word came to mind. A nearby lamppost illuminated the foliage, granting the edges a delicate rim light. There was something ethereal about the tree, angelic. Droplets would slowly contour the leaves, drawing a fleeting silhouette against the dark backdrop. They would fall and, for a few moments, glisten amid obscurity, like dozens of little shooting stars. She admired the composition, mesmerized. Had she never stopped to notice? It started to rain again. The raindrops, even in disarray, resembled a symphony. Ouais, c'est sympa. Ce serait bien que la pluie fasse ce bruit-là. C'est agréable. Bah là, c'est mignon, c'est agréable. Mais j'ai peur de la suite. C'est, pour le coup, c'est le moment le plus joli jusqu'à maintenant. J'espère juste qu'on va pas revoir le blob. Chapitre 6. Images. Alex is late. Michelle writes. Against the cold, the sun's energy contains her. An invisible blanket of safety wrapped around her tightly, embracing her fully. Submerged in warmth. If time ceased to progress, if the birds turned rigid midair, and the falling leaves never resumed their uneven sway, Michelle wouldn't complain, happy to be trapped in this moment forever. But she would miss Alex's company. Sunlight is a sedative. She slips into a state of numbness. Her sight slowly drifts across the scenery. The soil is dry, aged. The grass looks brittle. The trees, feeding off an exhausted provider, curve into themselves. The scene evokes a sense of lost youth. One day, perhaps, the vegetation bloomed vividly and in varied colors, pleasing the eyes of passersby and enamoring beholders. There isn't much left. The air is heavy. No sound but the rustling of feather of leaves. If every person in the world vanished, she didn't notice. Il est là. In the distance, a humanoid creature takes form. Alex is in no rush to cross the dying garden. Looking head on, it's as if she's standing still, waiting for Michelle to come to her. Or not. Perhaps she's indifferent toward her admirer. Mobile only to assimilate into the environment in an effort to become a tree herself. Hey! Sorry, I'm late. It's fine. Alex? Yeah? Are you actually here? She doesn't answer. We only see each other when there's no one else around. And I never really notice when you arrive. You just appear. So maybe you're a hallucination. I'm as real as anyone else. Aren't you cold? Let's get in. Genuine beauty emerges when the girl is focused. A beauty that can only manifest when she is unaware that she is being watched. She turns a page and adjusts her glasses. Her gestures are elegant and delicate, but assured and firm. Movement executed with no audience in mind. Alexia is effortlessly beautiful. What are you smiling about? Alexia's tone is undecipherable. Is it a rhetorical... Oh. Question rhétorique? She seems amused. Nothing. You look nice today. Hmm? 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 Poor Folk was his first novel. He wrote it when he was 24. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Young. Mary Shelley was 17. What are you getting at? I don't know. I picture these classic writers as old, disgruntled people. Like, the portrait always show a vague sadness in the posture, a lack of light in the eyes. Yeah, it usually comes with age. All good artists have lost something important to them. Would you say suffering gives people depth? No. Maybe it does, to the right people. 24. And when I reach my 20s, having done something like that. Like writing a famous book? Yeah. Just, something great that really matters. That really makes a difference. Have you written anything? Not yet. This type of skill doesn't develop overnight. It's just that school's been keeping me busy, but I'll start soon enough. One of these days. How do you like the book anyway? It's a passable mystery story, nothing worth talking about. Do you like the poor folk? Poor folk? Yeah. Dostoevsky, he really knows how to write compelling characters. I understand them better than any real person. Well, he knew how the human mind worked. He was an empathetic man. Most people, real people, aren't this complex. I feel like his characters are only interesting because he himself is a profound person. He gets it. All these important writers and philosophers and people who do great things, they get it. What do you mean? They just have something that allows them to see the world differently, more clearly. It's what sets them apart. What, in essence? Yeah, kinda. I think it's something you're born with. So you either have it or you don't. Who else has it? Kafka, Poe, Shakespeare. You have it. You don't know me as well as you think. You do have it. You're the most profound person I've ever met. No one else could do the thing you do and say the thing you say. You're irreplaceable. I never feel like I'm wasting my time with you. There's so much you have to offer. You're above most people. You're worthwhile. That's a bit objectifying, no? Am I, like, worthy of attention? Am I valuable? Am I human to you? Michelle sleeps. Nightmares rarely scare her. She saw the sea once, when she was very little. Ok. Je m'y attendais pas, celle-là. Comment ça Ah non, hein. Ah, oui. Ah non. Comment ça What? J'y peux rien, moi. Je... J'y peux rien. Je comprends pas ce qui se passe. Fragments of bone ended in red pulp. The girl's body twitched. Nervous impulses searching for a brain that wouldn't answer. She had become nothing. Alex. Michelle tried to gather the red mud around with her hand in a desperate attempt to reconstruct Alex's head. Alex? Alex? She didn't answer. I'm sorry, Alex. Alex. Tears mixed with blood. Mais c'est-à-dire c'était genre... C'est vraiment vrai là, ce qui s'est passé ou c'est genre un rêve ou... Moi je sais plus ce qu'est la réalité ou pas dans ce jeu. Faut que j'aille faire pipi. J'espère que c'est pas ce qui s'est passé en vrai. Hein. Dans tous les cas, je suis coupable. Non. 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 Close to the pavement. Chapitre 7. Non mais c'est juste un rêve. Voilà, elle est toujours là. This time, Michelle perceives Alex first. The girl sits alone on the usual bench, drawing on a notebook. She scribbles, stops, takes a look at what she's made. Then scribbles some more. She follows a rhythm, absorbed in her own production. In this moment, there's nothing exceptional about Alex. She nearly fades into the crowd. A beauty is singular, however. Michelle loses herself in the detail of her friend's gesture. The way she fidgets with the pen as she reconsiders the design. How her eyes narrow as she focuses. Her quick, decisive wrist motions. It's all so mundane, so utterly captivating. Michelle wants to become acquainted with his details. She wishes to see these mannerisms time and time again for years to come. To become intimate with every ordinary aspect of Alex's existence. To grow into Alex as roots grow into the earth. Alex rests a notebook on her lap and looks around. Her eyes dance through the crowd and eventually find Michelle's. Her neutral expression blossoms into a beautiful bright smile. Warmth overtakes the senses. For a moment, Michelle exists outside of her own body, entirely within Alex. Non mais le sound design il est cool depuis le début du jeu. C'est très léger, très subtil, mais c'est très agréable. Hey! Hi! What's it supposed to be? Dear, you're not very good. I know. It's just for fun. Oh, bah c'est tout à fait ok. I mean, I like it. It's kinda cute. Did you give her a name? It's male. Where are the antlers then? Oh. Ça va, on est au-delà de ça. Hein. Pas besoin d'avoir des cornes. Hein. I'm out of ideas. What should I draw? A dog? That's boring. A cat? Oh, come on. You could draw me. No, draw yourself. I don't know what I look like. It's okay, I can describe it. Let's see. You have kind of a round face, soft cheeks, a cute nose. Your eyes are like elegant. You look delicate. Really? At first glance, you're just really conventionally pretty. But I've started noticing some details lately. Imperfections? No. I mean, yeah, that too. But I meant quirks. Simple things, like how your eyebrows raise a little when you smile, or how you look me in the eyes when I talk to you. I think that's lovely. You have this way of looking at people, like you always know more than you're letting on. You know Mona Lisa? Of course. You remind me of her. I really want to understand how you see things, how you feel. Is that weird? I hope I don't disappoint you, she says jokingly. Or not. It's hard to tell. So, what do you think? Don't look like that at all. Oh, I really tried. Here, let me... Your eyes, they're like this. Your hair is much nicer, your shoulders aren't that slumped, and... See? Oh, cute. Thanks. For what? The cloud seems to threaten something, to be at the precipice of great change. Le changement d'ambiance c'est violent. Some think the rain will come as salvation, washing the sin of the streets, renewing the world so that life can be rebuilt. Anticipation fills the heart of the fools who still look up at the sky. I dreamed about you recently. Thank you. What was I like? Passive. On second thought, it wasn't you. It just looked like you. I'm gonna have to go a bit sooner today. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna cover someone else's shift. Who's that? Ada. Your friend? I don't have friends. You know that. I'm your friend. I think you're more than that. Like, what do you call two people who are more than friends? Best friends? Like, family? Oh, come on. Yeah. What answer exactly did she expect? What reason did Alex have to see her as more valuable than any ordinary person? I think I like you more than my family, being honest. Do you even like hanging out with me? Or is it just because you've got nothing better to do? Why would you say that? Asked Alex, a hint of heartbreak beginning to creep into her voice. Ah, le manque de confiance en soi, c'est terrible. Michelle feels sick to her stomach. Sorry. I just like spending time with you. Is that so hard to understand? Sometimes when we meet, you smile. It's this beautiful bright smile as soon as you see me. One day, I'd like to understand what it is about me that makes you smile so vividly. J'adore ce graphe. C'est pas de la SMR, mais pas loin. I'm really gotta go now. You can come if you want. I have to go home and study anyway. See you tomorrow. Aventure. The grey uniformity of concrete is an antithesis of life, a desecration of the divinity of nature. Humanity's wicked creation exists beyond time, beyond life, and beyond death. Invariable, utterly static, a complete denial of the flow of change inherent to all things sacred. Lifeless slabs of stone then sink into the landscape. Metal wires curve into the ground, taking the place of roots. This meaningless structure points fiercely toward the sky, as if to mock God. She breathes cement. Her bones are glued together with mortar. Grout fills her blood vessels, flesh diluted in asphalt. J'ai pas envie d'arrêter, hein. J'ai envie d'aller jusqu'au bout. Je sais pas pour combien de temps il y en a, mais tant pis, on ira dormir tard. Alex wanders aimlessly. She drifts through town in a stupor, neither fully present nor fully absent, merely anesthetized, droning, observing reality through a thin veil. Je pense que je ferai après aussi s'il y a une soundtrack du jeu. Franchement, c'est top. And the world is an unfamiliar blur that she has grown used to, and her flesh is the only real part of herself, and she feels nothing but warmth. fois qu'on voit des vraies personnes. Four girls are gathered under a bridge, all at least a little older than Alex. They're too far away, their laughs and exciting remarks blur into undefinable noise. One of them smokes, another writes something on the wall with a marker, shows it to her friends, and they both giggle. Alex watches from afar. They remind her of an uncomfortable recent past. Desperate attempts at establishing a human connection occupied most of her childhood. Years have been spent hopping from friend group to friend group, internalizing different patterns of behavior and manners of speech in order to mold herself into an acceptable person. C'est bien, ça me parle. By nature, however, all of her relationships crumbled, for facades can only be maintained for so long, and empty people can't be loved. They all end up leaving soon after. Le retour. In peace? No. Just numb. I'm fading away from my own consciousness. Soon enough, there'll only be a body being carried by the wind. Your mistake is seeing yourself as separate from your physicality. You are your carcass. I am my carcass. I think I've made my peace with it. It will be over soon. Then what? It's your right. Although it will mark her for the rest of her life. Non, hein. Non, hein, Alex. Ça, c'est non. Hein. Je suis pas d'accord. Can you stay with me for a while? Please. When she woke up, the day had already left her behind. Chapitre 8. Fallen Tree. Ah, c'est le blob. A fleshy patch painted the road red. What was left of the carcass, the black half and 4 broken legs, vaguely suggested the shape of a deer. It couldn't have been struck by anything smaller than a truck. The girl stared at the formless thing. Emotionlessly, Michelle partially expected to see it stand up and hop away. It looked more alive than many people. What do you think was the last thing running through its head? Tire. They must see something in the headlights. That's why they stop. Like what? A spirit? Something beyond this world, something beautiful, some universal truth we can't understand. Maybe it's a heaven. I think deep down they know they will die, and they stare into the light because they can't accept their fate. They go blind by choice. Do you think it can understand its own death? Can we? I feel bad for it. It's just an object now. Still. Yeah. Another plane flew overhead. The sky looked particularly bleak in the afternoon, colored a decaying grey, as if the atmosphere had been lined with the skin of a corpse. I feel like one day I'll die a horrible, painful death. Why? Seems like a fitting end. Sometimes I look at things and imagine how they'd kill me. I picture myself falling off railings, breaking my neck, or a car running over me, or someone hitting my head with a bat. And I just lie down there, broken, gasping for air, slowly dying. Always slowly. Do you want to die? I don't know. Not yet. I feel like I will kill someone one day. Like it's inevitable that I will end up resorting to violence. It's not wrong to think of places as people. After all, they are themselves defined by their relationship with society. Humans tend to assign meaning and function to otherwise characterless spaces, developing profound connections with their surroundings. Places, then, store memories, and they store human life. In the process, they acquire a life of their own. However, anything associated with the past is bound to be covered in rust. It's in the nature of a civilization that forgets. A place can't outlive its purpose. It ceases to be a place, simply. And such is a tragedy inherent in the life of an object. Do abandoned houses miss their inhabitants? Do inoperative factories mourn the item they can no longer produce? Can empty stores remember the customers? Do places have memories? Can they forget? What is the essence of a place? Can the structure lose its soul? What do you think they did here? Something perverse. Evil. Yeah, although they didn't know it, it was evil. I think my dad used to do work like this. Really? He never got into the detail of it, but I know he did stuff for his meal. Factory, things. Then they started cancelling the constructions. He'd be out of work for months. Then what happened? Nothing. We just had to make do. Since it's taken a turn for the worst, these past few years. Yeah. My dad always said people were more optimistic back then. Things used to be more guaranteed. Hard to imagine. Can't help but feel like we came in after the end of something important. These posters always makes me uneasy. Oh, these? I don't even pay attention to them anymore. They're all over town. That's what's disconcerting about it. We get used to them. But, oh no, these kids had families. Whole lives just lost like this. The child stared back, smiling. The boy had existed merely as a shape, as a part of the backdrop, present and familiar, but never consciously acknowledged. A lamppost, a trash can, a child's face, a human reduced to an image. She read his name, Jason Graham. What was life like for Jason? What warranted a smile at the time of the picture? Did he know he would one day vanish? Michelle felt inadequate. Imagining his fate made her nauseous. Maybe they're alive out there somewhere, all grown up now. Sure. You know, I could have been one of those posters too. There was this time I went missing for 2 days. You serious? Dead serious. What do you mean? What happened? I will show you. I still love hanging out in the woods. I know them like the back of my hand nowadays, but back then, I was like 8 or 9 at the time. I really wanted to explore this place, so one day I came here alone, like an idiot. I didn't really know where to go. I just kind of wandered in. It was when I started feeling thirsty, and I realized I had screwed up. Most of it is a blur. I remember walking and desperately trying to figure out when I had come from. It was like I was going in circles. I was lost. Alone, so completely alone, tired, dehydrated, hungry. I remember realizing that was it. No one would come to save me. No one would pull me back from the hell. That was it. It was kinda peaceful, actually. I accepted it. I was going to die. I just wanted to see another living being, one last time. A deer, a bird, anything. Or maybe I wanted to be seen. No luck. Oh, I remember. I saw this clearing and thought it was a way out, because it reminded me of this place near my house. I ran over here, just to find more trees. Felt almost like a cruel joke at my expense. I think I'd have liked... Je commence à être fatigué, désolé. I think I'd have liked that better. At least it would mean someone was paying attention. I wanted to cry, but couldn't anymore. The trees started to blur together. It felt like I was going blind. It didn't really matter where I went. I was just wandering, waiting to die. And anyway, at some point, I just got out. I wasn't even trying to. I just found an exit by accident. Fell onto some random streets. Here. It was right here when I managed to get out. I remember it vividly. I looked around and there were two girls talking, a guy walking his dog. They were completely oblivious to me. It felt surreal. I don't know. I guess I thought the world would have changed in some major way. Like the pain I went through had to have been reflected somehow. Everyone just went about the day. No one cared. Were you alright? No. But I managed to get home on my own. My dad was freaking out. He cried so much. Said the police couldn't help. They didn't put you on the news. No one sent a search team. Nope. Went to school the next day, same as always. And I don't know, your neighbors? Classmates? No one asked about you? People don't really care about each other like that. I care about you. Why? What's there to care about? It's not like I've done anything to deserve it. Do you need to prove you deserve compassion? Can a person be cured for having been born? You can't expect to be loved if you don't have anything to offer. What a tragically loveless way of seeing things. What do I offer, then? Why do I care? Why do you care about me? It's a lot of things. Tell me one. I just feel like there's an intensely profound universe inside of you. The depth. It's admirable, even if a bit intimidating. And you're genuine, honest. Everything you do carries this sincere kind of beauty. You're just a lovely person. So it's not what I provide, but who am I? I guess, yeah. It's your essence that captivates me. I want to see the ocean one of these days. Wanna go somewhere else, you know? See different places, different people. I'm getting tired of this town too. Where would you go? Somewhere with a nice coastline. Maybe out of the country. How about France? We have some beautiful beaches. Yeah, that sounds nice. Hey, maybe you could go with me. I love that. We could bring some books. I've always wanted to read by the ocean. Sounds lovely. Just the two of us, reading, listening to the waves. We should visit the museums, like the Louvre. I pictured something more modest, like a quiet little gallery showing off local artists. What? There's something romantic about that. Well, I'd get a croissant, a chocolate one, with a lot of sugar sprinkled on top. I really want to try the big bread they have over there. Baguettes? Yeah, that. Alex chuckles. We can share a baguette and a bottle of wine. What do you think? Oh, but the table has to be next to the sea, so we can watch the waves together. And we should totally go swimming. Oh, I don't know. I've never tried. What? You're afraid? Maybe a little bit. I'll be there if anything's happened. Do you even know how to swim? I'll figure it out. Time passed quickly as the girls excitedly discussed their plans. Do you think we'll always be around each other? I hope so. It's weird. What? This? Just how the wind feels, how the sky looks, being next to you. It's like I'm living through a memory. Is your future self-observing us? I think both of us are. You're laughing about it. What's so funny? We look really small from their point of view. Maybe it's a wine. What's your favorite movie? I don't watch movies. Really? How come? I don't have TV. I went to the movie theater once, though, before they tore it down with my dad. What did you watch? No idea. I was like 7. Are you doing anything tonight? Not really. I have a tape player at home. Maybe we can watch something together. Alex paused. In her enthusiasm, she had forgotten the state of her house and the meat sack that lived off its corpse. Et oui, là, les problèmes reviennent par contre. C'était bien jusque-là. C'était bien, c'était beau, c'était un beau moment, et là... Please, don't make too much noise. Okay. In deep slumber, the amalgamation of flesh breathes heavily. The girls quietly make their way past the grotesque display. Mold crawls up, down and into the walls. Useless junk clutters every inch of space. The smell, full, hints at the presence of dying matter, hidden away, stuffed under the floorboards, decayed yet still pulsating. The house is submerged in filth, rotten, deeply, irremediably rotten. Michelle surely only pretends not to notice. Her disgust makes itself more apparent as they pierce deeper into the bowels of the structure. Alex grows regretful with every step. Any idea of dignity has been discarded. The truth is clear. No turning back now. They enter Alex's room. Sorry, I know the house is a mess. It's okay. I don't mind. Your room's much nicer anyway. I tried to keep it tidy. I can tell. Grosse résolution la télé, hein? Tu me diras, c'est pas grave. C'est pas ce qui compte. Hmm. Not long after, darkness enveloped them, as their minds wandered into a conjoined dream. To sleep is to taste death. No. No. You don't cease to be in this world. Sleeping is a state of being. Sleeping is like loving. To sleep is to exist outside of physicality, entirely within yourself. To sleep together, then, is to inhabit one another, to join souls. Chapitre 9. Faithful. Alex wakes up to the sound of her own dream fading away. The early sunlight creeps through the blinds and caresses her skin. Michelle still leans against her, softly breathing. Alex breathes too, for the first time. She looks at Michelle, her body buried into hers, her chest slowly compressing, decompressing, restful, pure. It's the first time Alex has been this close to another person, this intimately intertwined with another living being, aware of them, aware of their body, simply. One of their heartbeats, of their breathing, of their smell. Michelle smells like burnt paper. Alex feels Michelle's blood flowing through her fingers and within her own veins. Hello? Oh, Michelle wakes up to the smell of coffee and toast. Okay. Hey, hey, I made breakfast. Thanks. For a moment, they sit in silence, searching for reflection in each other's pupils. Can you play me a song? It's been a while. I'm rusty. Please. Which one? One of yours. Okay, so this one goes. Let me think. Michelle closes her eyes. The universe is Alex and her music only. Nothing else matters or exists. A smile can be felt through her voice, an angel out of tune. It begins to rain. Silence reigns. Sometimes I feel like I've known you for longer than I've been alive. Maybe we met each other already, in a past life or something. Do you believe in that? Yeah. I don't know. What? Just seems tiring to go through all this again. Would we come back as different people? As different beings do? Maybe as deer or birds, but we've always crossed paths in some way. It's a comforting thought. I'd like to be a bear. Why is that? They're strong, big. I think I want to be a fish then. A fish? Yeah. So you can eat me, évidemment. C'était sûr. Oh. No, I would never hurt you. No, I want you to eat me. I'd be glad if you did. I don't understand. Just, it's like I want me, my entire being, to be absorbed, possessed by your organism. I want to become part of your flesh. I want that. But can't we just be, I don't know, a couple of swans? I don't want to make you suffer. I won't suffer. I will keep existing, but in a different way. I will inhabit your body. I'll be there, in your organs, in your bloodstream, inside of you. I've been thinking about this a lot. Alex thinks of the morning, and within her arises a sensation of bittersweet anxiety. Love comes to mind. Oh bah oui, là oui, il est temps de s'en rendre compte quand même. Longing. But words don't suffice. She yearns for something undefinable, maybe non-existent. At a basic level, she desires to burrow herself into Michelle, to smell her hair and to listen to her sleeping murmurs, to be accepted into her body, to share the same warmth, knowingly, mutually. Alex can't bring herself to look at her. It makes her ill. Fills her with a tenderness so intense, so painful, that it borders on heartache. I think I have to go home. Are you okay? Feeling a bit under the weather. Just need to lie down. I can come with. I have to be alone for a bit. See you tomorrow? Yeah. Sorry. It's okay. Please get better. Michelle. Je la comprends tellement. C'est terrible. Puis ce truc d'un seul coup c'est animé, tout est statique, tout est en image et d'un seul coup il y a de l'animation, c'est beau. The warm hues of the afternoon fall upon Michelle as she walks home. The air is thick and sweet. The sky looks clear. The flowers borrow some of the sun's light and shine brightly among the dry grass, like small fires sprouting from the earth. Cicadas hum quietly in the distance. No one's around to hear. It always stings a little when they have to part ways, but even in her absence, Michelle can feel Alex. She sees her eyes shining through the leaves, senses her smile in the scent of the flowers. Alex is the tree and the air. Alex is the sun. Alex has grown roots around and into Michelle's heart, and she runs inside of her blood vessels and flows in and out of her lungs. Alex embraces her once again. She caresses Michelle's with blades of grass and holds her hands with petals. Breathes gently in her ear through the wind, and through the sun she shares her warmth. She's one with the earth. Ça fait peur ça. A fuzzy after-image of the girl remains burned into her retina. She feels Michelle's body, still, her smell, her heartbeat, the texture of her skin, excruciatingly vivid in their absence. feel something dislodge. A piece of her torso fell to the floor, slipped from under her clothes when she wasn't looking. It's a symptom of a chronic condition, an adverse reaction to an intruder present within her from birth. She takes off her sweater to reveal a gaping hole in her torso. She touches it lightly. It feels good. The crater burns as she runs her finger along the edges, pressing against the exposed flesh. And for a while, she just sits, hand in her wound, sensing every twitch, taking in the pain with depraved pleasure. She thinks of Michelle. She thinks of her purity, of the beauty intrinsic to her being. And in a way, she violates her with desire, with compulsive affection. Soon, caressing turns into prodding, which turns into clawing. The hole grows larger as she digs deeper, desperately, as if trying to find another person buried underneath her flesh. A frail, meaty thing, uneven and injured, fingers drenched in blood, decomposing. The lump has stopped pulsating. She looks closely. Ended in the midst, 2 eyes look back. Deux salles, deux ambiances, hein. Entre Michel et Alex. Chapitre 10, Dog and Flower. Do you think people can understand each other? I don't know. I'd like to understand you. When you look at me, what do you see when you look at me? Alex. It reminds me of you. Why? I don't know. Most things do. Have you ever been in love? I'm not sure. Have you? Yeah. What's it like? Encompassing, liberating, suffocating. I think you can't define it. You just realize it happened. You realize you're used to her mannerisms. You miss her presence. You miss her voice. I think I felt something like that. Can I tell you a secret? Yeah? Ah, c'est un secret en même temps. J'ai pas mes jumelles. You wouldn't be a bear. I was thinking, doesn't seem like you. What would I be? I've been trying to figure out. Something more graceful, I guess, but not frail. I think you'd be a tree. Why is that? I feel like nature isn't pretentious, like people. A tree is just a tree. A bird is just a bird. A flower doesn't need to justify itself. I think you're like that. I'm not that noble, but thanks. The world's color look lovely today. The trees assume characteristic hues, a distant familiar vividness reminiscent of a different time. It's as if the past has come to visit, if only for an afternoon. Do you think trees act a little in their own interests? How so? They wouldn't feed the animal if the animals didn't spread the seeds. They wouldn't strengthen the ground if it didn't feed from it. Trees don't really think. Doesn't stuff like this fascinate you? I'm not big on vandalism. It's more than that. Something about legacy. Kind of a depressing legacy. Well, we're talking about it. This reminds me of a place. I really don't get some of this. I don't think you're supposed to understand them, but I wanna. Sometimes it's nice when things don't make sense. You know, I don't know. I get the feeling you will end up doing some great things. It's not something I'm concerned about. Yeah, but I feel a bit like maybe you will get out there and really become someone, you know? And I'm just kinda staying around doing nothing. I could do nothing if it makes you feel better. I don't want that. What is it? Hurt. I wonder what your hurt looks like. The moon is complete only when loved by the sun. Our star, in an act of care, engulfs its lover with light and warmth, expecting nothing in return. The moon's happiness is apparent to all of us when it smiles, glowing intensely, blissfully drenched in love. And a crescent moon is a bright smile, full even in half, you okay? I think so, yeah. Are you? I think I'm okay. I used to just walk around like this for hours, sometimes until the morning. I'm glad you're here. Ever seen something burn? No. You wanna? La fameuse passion des trucs qui brûlent. What now? Watch. I love you. Là, y a pas de couleur. On sait pas qui a dit. Infinity looks upon our simple world of trees and electricity pole with compassion, our fragility taken with tenderness, and gentle darkness cradles us across the universe, and to us it sings a silent lullaby. Chapitre 11. We held hands. Faut que je retourne faire pipi, je suis désolée. Ça commence à être un peu long. Je pense qu'on arrive proche de la fin, mais je suis pas sûre. We held hands. Let's go. It's so nice when the sky looks like a painting. That cloud looks like your guitar. How come? Like, the shape is kinda... You see how there's a long thing coming out of it? The neck? Yeah. And that part is a square, thing. Headstock? I think? Yeah, I see it. That one. It's a tree root. Or an antler? Or capillary veins? The afternoon is bright and full. So vivid that it hurts the eyes. So they rest in the shadows of branches. The trees themselves are loaded with life, scents and sounds flowing from the canopies to sweeten the air. And a serenity fills the chest. A soft ache between each breast leads the hurt to the throat. A familiar melody catches Alexia's attention. Michel hums it without much thought, instinctively. Alex begins to hum along. The hushed choir accompanies the girls on their walk. Small dissonances complement each other, different chords walking in unison. Do you ever feel, sometimes? Sorry, I'm not sure if this makes sense. Right now, do you feel like you're here? I know what you mean. The world feels so real when I'm with you. I want to feel the same. I want you to feel the same. I don't know. I think... When I was a kid, my mom would drink a lot. And she would get angry. It would happen so much that I started sensing when things would get bad. So I would stay out of the house until she calmed down. I would just walk around town. Often I'd go to the library. It was nice. A book would be something I could just immerse myself into. I could forget about everything else. But this one day, I was 10 or maybe 12, I was reading this, some fantasy thing. I don't know. It was like something vanished. I realized that those characters, those events, none of them were real. They weren't real people. They were just words, symbols on paper, concepts, ideas, but nothing tangible. Just something someone made up decades ago. My heart started beating so fast. It's like I had found out some terrible secret. Something that had been obvious from the start, but that someone, maybe God, I don't know, had been keeping from me. And I remember I went outside and I felt I started feeling like everything around me, the trees, the grass, the roads, birds, people, they felt real. But I looked inside of myself and found nothing. Like I had the appearance of a person, but I didn't feel anything. I wasn't there, present. I wasn't there. I was a character too. Something that wasn't human, but a written concept. An idea dreamed up by a sick mind. I never really died down. It never really died down. I think I just got used to it. But in some way, you're my reality. When I question whether or not I'm here, I remember I'm part of you. C'est beau. I love you a lot. A warm shadow lulls the world to sleep. In the dead of night, the wind whispers and leaves breaths, and nothing else sounds. You have such a lovely voice. Really? If I could somehow listen to you talk forever, that would be nice. I love yours. It's soft and quiet and gentle. Isn't it hoarse? Cracked? I've grown to like that. Your eyes, something about them. There's honesty to the way you look at things. They reflect that. Yours conceals something. What am I hiding? Nothing. From me, nothing. It's a starless sky. The void is all-encompassing. Drowsiness holds a girl in a loving embrace. The night is infinite. Strawberry? Thanks. Faint points of light pierce through a carapace of darkness. Are you asleep? Not really. I can't sleep. Can I ask you something? Yeah? Can you read to me? Beyond love, there exists a sensation more intense, which can't be accurately described in any capacity. An ineffable closeness that once developed between two people becomes fundamental to their very existence. It's the experience of becoming. Metamorphosing alongside them, into them, merging so intimately that you both live as a single entity. You're the closest a being can come to a state of unity with the universe. Moreover, the cosmos is itself minuscule compared to such connection. It's beyond warmth, contact, dedication, codependence. It's existing anew. You experience life alike, and you feel the same sensation. One heart fills both bodies with the same blood. One nerve ending sends impulses to both brains, in such a way that when one caresses the other, both feel their own touch. The relationship replicates an ecosystem. The sunflower and the bee, for instance, guarantee each other's existence. Roots grow into the earth to strengthen it and feed off its essence. The bird eats from the trees and lives within the tree. In turn, once expired, it nourishes the tree with its own body. It gives itself completely. This mutualism characterizes the very nature of the lover's life, but it doesn't rule them. Unlike the bird and the tree, they choose to become, and they choose to coexist until it ceases to be a choice. Sounds great. Sometimes I feel like nothing, about to become, but not quite there. Do you ever really turn into something? I think I want to be something more than living. What would that be? I don't know. Death, maybe? Living after dying? I wish I could be something like an ion beam. And when I died, something immense would come down along with me. I'd be glad if my body caught a fire. I'd like to be something that's there, you know? I want to be able to point to myself and say, that's me. Definable, tangible. I can touch you just fine. See? Some people become lawyers, doctors. Those are just things you do. Only animals are. They can't not be. A cockroach is disgusting because it's just itself. It can't help it. And clean, pure. It's some primitive thing that doesn't even understand itself. You gotta be unaware to be pure? Yeah. Something's patronizing about that. I guess cockroaches have something to be regardless. A cockroach is born a cockroach and stays that way her whole life. Being a person it's imposed. You have all these ways of being and you're never one or the other. It never felt natural. Would you still love me if I turn into a cockroach? Like Kafka? No. I mean, yes, I guess. Like a normal size cockroach. Will you keep your memories? Yeah. I will still love you. I will just carry you in my pockets, if that's okay. That's okay. There's comfort in routine, a subtle satisfaction in living fully the most trivial moments. It's freeing to see the now for now, to live each inhale and exhale, to breathe and nothing else. There's comfort in reliving the same moments, observing the most inconsequential details, growing intimate with each hour of the day, reflecting on the qualities of the sun as it peeks from behind its cover in the morning, as it bathes life in the afternoon, as it fades in the evening. To grow intimate with the sun is to understand how light bleeds around the edges, how it reflects off each surface, and so much of what we witness of the sun is through indirect means. We witness its light on the moon, on the soil, intermediaries. It sees us in our totality, while we can't bear to look it. The light is still denying death, illuminating an eternal day, which is eternal for as long as it lasts. Before time, nothing had age, and things simply were. Death and decay were indistinguishable from life, and the world was closer to God. Splotch. Splotch. Damn. You're just launching the rock. Look. See? Let me. It's better. Getting there. Night came softly. Alex has taken Michelle to a place of hidden beauty. Its colors follow intent, implying conscious artistry. Lake, branches, leaves, laid out in front of them as a painting. Places like this should last. Well, we're here. There's a frailty to it. Yeah. Does it bother you? I guess I'm worried I'm gonna run out of places to show you. I'm just glad you're around. I want this to be ours. Just ours. Maybe it's egoistical. It will be here for anyone. Not like this, I don't think. It will be something else for them. Nice. I'll be seeing a friend in a few days. Who's that? Jamie. We were in the band together. It's been a while. Michelle felt a faint twinge. Wanna come? Maybe we'll play something. Sure. Someone else had seen Alex before. Mm. Mm. Jalousie. A could get used to this easily. Same sights, sounds, same person. If all could remain as is, that would be nice. Heart sinks. Slow nights, light in its heart. Weightless and dreamlike and quite gentle. We drift with the wind, holding hands. A quiet satisfaction follows. Mutual understanding and silence. Can I sleep at your house today? I told you. It's just kinda cramped and it's okay. I just don't feel like going home. Michel's home is tight and cold, but welcoming, tidy and modest. Two made beds occupying most of the space. A discreet corner houses a small fridge, a microwave, a cupboard, and a sink. Besides that, there's a door leading to the bathroom and nothing else. Moonlight from a single small window partially illuminates the living room. Michel's doesn't turn on the lights. Chapitre 12. Withdrawal. She was alone. A group project or some other arbitrary affair had seized Alex for the day, and so an inordinate ache paralyzed Michelle and drove her to premature mourning. Absence left within her chest a black pit. She had difficulty breathing. Sunlight caressed her skin, and a sweet breeze insinuated flowers. An unexpected satisfaction there appeared along the path, as if welcoming her into their home. That scene would die with her. From a distance, she heard faint music and faded voices. She followed them further into the cemetery. By the altar, there was a stand. It held a small book, open to a specific page. She read its contents. I still remember the day we were born. I couldn't stop smiling, holding you. That tiny little thing that was going to be our future. You filled the life of everyone around you with joy. From the moment you were born, you brought nothing but happiness to us. You've always been loved by all, and we miss you. We all miss you so much. There was always lightness in you, loving and kind, but just. A boy with a sense of justice and duty, you were. I still remember all the time you got in trouble at school. It was always for feeding stray dogs or skipping class or things of the sort, but never bullying. I never told you, David, but I've always been proud of that. You never had cruelty in you. You always stood up for the weaker boys, and you cared for everyone around you, a strong drive to protect who you loved. So it was no surprise to us when you were drafted, you went with no protest. Every time a letter came, it was a little island of relief in the middle of a sea of anxious waiting. It was a relief to know you were alive and well, but what you described brought us so much ache and pain that I understand why you couldn't ever bring it up again. When you came back, that was its own challenge. Seeing you quite like that, shut up in your pain, it made me cry for the first time in years. But we had to persevere, as a family. Your brother-in-arms came to us and described you as kind and good, and I couldn't help but feel a little pride in that. How you fought with braveness, how you did what you could with what you had, how you put your brothers first and foremost. We always knew you were good like that. You lost the battle against your own demons. The hole you leave behind you, apart from this world, just can't be measured. I cry every day thinking about your beauty that's no longer here with us. The smiles you won't bring to our faces anymore. I still can't believe you're gone. Each of us carry a piece of you deep in our hearts. I don't doubt that on this day of sorrow, we can smile at all the good you brought into our lives, and how much you love. We love you still, even after all this time, and after your passing. I'm so glad I got to be the father of such a beautiful soul. We all miss you. There's always a city worth of care in a man. I thank God for having blessed me with a wife that can carry both of our grieving hearts. May you rest in peace, for I know you are with our Lord now. Another plane flew overhead, a sound she's all too used to. I'd come here every other weekend, and he'd teach her how to shoot. Knees bent, feet apart, lean forward, sight aligned. Deep breath. Hold it. His voice escapes. Faint notions come back and dissipate quickly, like waves. A shapeless smile, eyes without a face, a sinking feeling. A quiet desperation, subtle but ingrained, rooted deep into the cracks in the pavement. Some vaguely familiar faces, unknown and uncaring, just tired, smoking their lives away in their plastic graves, or slogging through unending work. Structures built and structures ordered in time, insignificant still. She's just smaller now. Nothing left to say. Home was a silent void. Screw. I'm too tired Chapitre 13. Cinder. Dad? The tone remained still and pale. Small ash-like specks dotted the air, flocking for some great dead things in the sky. Washed-out walls and roads melted into a blurred, shifting image glazed over. Michelle, she hauled herself to school. Broken structures and empty yards. Faded confessions prayed onto torn-down walls. Marks of decoration. A collective memory of a better then. Exhaustingly familiar. Indifference is a natural outlook upon the world. Nothing exists beyond the self. Egotism goes unspoken, but it's there. Even without a self, it's there. Gazes averted to the inside of the skull. Eyes meet in a moment of transaction. All in my best interest. She felt inadequate. From a distance, she saw a man. Missy? You're one of them, aren't you? Who? Them gooks. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry for what we did to you. See, we had no choice then. I had to be there and protect the country, see? I wish I hadn't. It's okay. I don't take it personal. You're okay. Hi. I missed you. I bought this for us. They sat and ate strawberries in silence. Days have begun to melt into each other. It's a comfortable numbness, and inadvertently one fades into the background. You are receding. It's the easiest thing, living vicariously. A sweet sickness leads one through life. That's love. Wakefulness comes in waves, a little fainter each time. The faded idea of a dream, rose and lovely. Muffled words all mean the same at this point. You ever feel like the sun is dying? We're dying faster. You shouldn't worry about that. It will take millions and millions of years. Maybe I'm missing something, and I just haven't realized yet. Maybe I'm tired. Are we just wasting time? I don't know. I think I've always felt like that. That's why we love, right? So we can bear through it. What if you stopped loving me? I wouldn't. Well, what if I died? I guess I'd have to go with you. I wouldn't want that. We can meet in heaven. And you really think you're going to heaven? That's so mean. Tiens, ça faisait longtemps qu'on l'avait pas vu lui. You there? Where are you going? Just walking around? Not heading anywhere? Who are you? Private first class, right? Oh! Alex looked at the soldier, puzzled. Where did you find that jacket, miss? Huh? I don't want to intrude, but that's military. You're quite young, aren't you? Yes? Just a bit sad to me, is all. It's my duty, miss. You should be thankful I'm here. Where are you headed? Like she said, we're just walking. Sounds like a waste of time to me. Shouldn't you be at school or something? Shouldn't you? Touché. For our safety, girls, you should stay inside. Carry on. The sun sinks once again in a pit of tar. We may all rest our bodies and put our frustrations to rest. Once again. And once again we gather our ambitions like change and prepare ourselves for the restart of a tired cycle. It all repeats, once again, until the sun fades for good and leaves behind nothing but an unearthly darkness. Are you doing anything tomorrow? No. I just hang out with you at work, if that's okay. Of course. When are you visiting him? The day after tomorrow. Do you talk often? Not anymore. After our friend left, he just died out. He's nice. I like to think we were close. I'm tired. It's pretty late. Not sure if sleep's gonna help. Let's go home. It sure is late. Yep. Oui. Chapitre 14. Not ready to leave. The cold wind and its distant sound sink Alex into a comforting paralysis. one step behind reality. Tired to think, too tired to think, afraid of dismantling a perfect safety net. She sees nothing but Michelle. We should stop skipping. We'll pass. What if I call your mom or something? Look. Who's that? You? Is it good? It's accurate. And not so pretty though. Disagree greatly. I couldn't sleep. Nightmares again? Just restlessness. I haven't dreamed in a while. Oh, maybe you're still dreaming right now. Is that so? And I'm in your imagination. I'm gonna have to pinch you to make sure. Don't you pinch yourself, usually? My dreams are different. I have to pinch you. Ow. Ow. There's something cozy about this place. Really? Calm, quiet, dead. I've been here too long. Richard still comes. He depresses me. Why? Could be my classmate. Do you wanna do anything when your shift's over? Maybe, we'll see. Sure. A movie, maybe? I'll be right back. Anything else? No, thank you. Are you afraid, Heather? Yeah. I'm terrified. Mm. A grasp of earth soon slips between the fingers, as sand. Cyclical thoughts buried me alive. Habits become a set of motions without meaning. Rephrase. Recurring action lose their purpose. Rephrase. Upon repetition, routine ceases to make sense. Wrists torn in warm water. I lie down to rest. When you're young, it always seems like there's a way out. The world is full of ways out. Morning comes with age. Morning. Maybe we came in at the end. The best is over. Yeah. No, what? What? Do we just lie down and die? That's a vile way to put it. Life still happens. People still work. They buy things, they have kids. That's it. That's it. You're happy like that. There are only so many ways to describe the swaying of trees. There's a numbness that envelops you. Another plane flew overhead. Just doesn't feel very real. Do you mind that? Do you mind that I know? No. Is mine real? Do you feel like it belongs to you? I guess. I think it's real. Is it nice? Yeah. What if it's weird? Like about us? It's not like that. You're sure? I know him. I'm sure. What's up? Alex and Jimmy turned their guitars. June. Michelle watched. Did you ever get around to watching those movies? There was this, Taxi Driver. Right, what did you think? I like his big jackets. Your insights are remarkable. Give me a break. It was 3 a.m. I was half asleep. Oh, I'm serious. I think it enhanced it. I couldn't really tell if I was dreaming. It's kinda like that with that movie. I watched those silent ones too. With the woman? With the woman. How was it? Weird. I felt like I had known her for years. He chuckles. You're cool. I think that's that. What are we playing? Antlers? I'm not even sure I remember that one. Duet? Yeah, sounds good. Nods adorn a moment in time. She grows intensely aware of the room itself, of its physicality, existence. How many people have passed through here? How many conversations had been held, equally fleeting? How many songs played to no audience? How many hours gone unwitnessed? Permanence is inhuman. It's a thing of the trees and of the soil, of the sun. Fragile, even then, a moment can't be inhabited infinitely. Bunny showed up in the backyard a month or so ago. Oh, I'd feed her lettuce, celery, and she just kept coming back. I took her like a pet. Wasn't long before a nest showed up with 3 baby bunnies. Can we saw them? Can we see them? Oh, Whatever happened, one day they were just gone. Lots of foxes around there, you know? What have you been up to, anyway? Not much. You guys hang out a lot? Yeah, I'm glad. I worry sometimes. It's nice that you got a friend around. I'm her girlfriend. Cool. 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 Cool? Oh, cool. Cool. It's been a while. I don't come around as much either. It was more about hanging out, I guess. Strange. What? Nothing changed. It did? I got accepted for that scholarship. Oh? Surprised? I'm happy for you. Thanks. I wanted to say goodbye. Do you see anything beyond this? Going to college, becoming a lawyer? Is that really any different? Yeah, I don't know. I just need to get out of here. You know, I gotta do something. When's your first semester? Next year, around September, but I'm leaving Saturday. Seems like you're in a hurry. Can you take a picture of us? Yeah, sure. Be careful out there, okay? Is that what I look like? Like what? So then? An old band? You're seeing things. I'm exhausted. Yeah. Chapitre 15, Untitled. Et? 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 Ok. J'arrive plus à lire là. C'est un bug ou c'est fait exprès? Ah, wait. And wait. And wait. A long, continuous numbness. But something shifts. Connection conceals life. I find you within. Take care, please. Make sure you've been eating. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. A part of me. A conclusion. An answer. A familiar feeling, but never quite defined. Imagine us as one, fading, but you falter first, and the light leaves your eyes. Sleepless nights, restless. It's the repetition that carries me. There are only so many ways to describe the swaying of trees. There is a solace that envelops her. There is a tenderness that persists. When days feel rehearsed, I'm tired. I've just been waiting. Harsh noise, lingering. I've always known. Blindsided by nothing, really. I love you. I want to stay for a little longer, if that's okay. On recommence. Je sais pas si c'est un bug. C'est chiant. Moi j'ai pas le... J'arrive pas à lire. J'espère que c'est fait exprès, hein. Ça paraît un peu beaucoup quand même pour que ce soit fait exprès. Hum, hum, hum. Oh, come on. Is that on purpose? Chapitre 16, string. Ah. Did you get through Stranger? Finished yesterday. How was it? It was okay. I mean, I don't know. I didn't feel anything. But the point. What are you reading next? Not sure yet. Do you want to go to the library later? I help you choose. Did you hear the news today? No. Interstates blocked. It's about an empty woman. It's a little bit about the author himself, I think. He sees himself in her. Isn't the author a woman? An author. Does she see herself in him? It seems so to me. Just hollow catharsis. The character gets to live outside of anyone else. She's free. She dies. She's free then. Jamie's been gone for a while now. Yeah. No one's get out anymore through the south. It's what they said on the radio. So I guess there's nothing we can do. Is there? White lights, all-encompassing, consume the earth, cast shadows in your wake, leave our silhouettes and nothing. Another plane flew overhead, and another, like a flock of birds from afar. What do you think happens after we die? I don't worry about that. No use when you're still alive. But I don't think anything ever ends. Sounds of death came unnoticed. Gunshots, as if they had always been there. Do you hear it too? The streets we passed through were empty. Maybe everyone was hiding in their homes. Maybe they had already left and we never noticed. I could hear the gunshots still. I could hear marching, aggressive shooting. Vile, vaguely mocking, but indistinguishable otherwise. A mass moving closer and closer. You never think it will reach you. Things like this happens to others. Always to others. Where are we going? It's not safe for town. It was dense and suffocating. Roots and branches reached into our path, like they were grasping. I saw black. We were sinking. I couldn't tell how long had passed. I couldn't feel my own exhaustion. I remember stumbling, your hand holding onto mine, parting, thoughts of death. And I was so sleepy. Like none of it was real. Like it would drift away if I just closed my eyes and I would be safe. I wanted to lie down then. I wanted to let the darkness envelop me. The ground looked so comforting. I think death is lonely. You can be surrounded by people, but it's something that ends with you. You're trapped in your body, in your own death. Right? I don't know. I think someone was shooting past us. I couldn't look back. Sorry, I couldn't look back. I pray silently in my head. I didn't want to know then. Gunshots still rang loud until they turned into noise. I knew what it meant to decompose. carried you. There was no one, no cars, no people. Just the same pattern repeating for miles and miles. Awake only a third of the way. It hurt to keep my eyes open. I tasted acid. I just wanted to collapse. But I still carried you. Until my legs went numb, and I stopped feeling almost anything at all. I felt your own weight when I breathed out. Your body just became mine, but you weren't anything. You were just a limb. You were just there. When I first left the hospital, I don't know. It was kinda cold. There was a faint breeze. The world was still. Old. It felt older than anything. I felt something swell up within me. It was like an urge to cry, but I didn't feel anything. It's like I had been here as a kid. Every little thing felt so much heavier. Buildings and people and cars and trees. How did the world have so much energy? I've been tired. I visited you every day. You just looked peaceful. Look like you could wake up at any moment. I wanted to hear your voice again. I wanted to hold you. You're going to be okay. I love you. Hey there. You look weak. Here, eat. Sorry, I just have these. You're not gonna be around for long, are you? I started at a new school. It's nice to go by unnoticed. I don't mind. I have my own room here. I can never get used to it. I mean, I'm glad. I finally have a proper place to live. It's comfortable. I just don't need to take up so much space. It's all covered, thankfully. I don't have to worry about running out of food anymore. I don't even have to work. But I still can't sleep. I just keep thinking about the same thing over and over. With so much death, I don't know how I'm still here. Sometimes I don't know if I'm awake. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here. It's like nothing even happened. I wrote something yesterday. It's nothing impressive, but I want to read it to you. After weeks of incessant rain, a breathless dullness hangs in the air. The trees sway but never move. He moves but only to pass. And when he does pass, the scene returns to its balance, perfectly still for no observer. If he were to greet himself as a child, the man knows he would not recognize him. But it doesn't move. It doesn't. I don't like the rest much. I wish I had the certainty of a grave. I don't know. I think about my dad a lot. I'm starting to forget things. His eyes, the texture of his hands. It's just an empty space. I don't really know what to do, but I have to remember him. Sometimes I look at something like a set of stairs or a shack somewhere. It's like I'm seeing someone's memory. I wanna be part of a place as much as it's part of itself. Does that make any sense? But I think I can only exist as a memory, or as something outside of you. There's a permanence to art. It's kinda like that story showed me. I guess I've always expected it to take shape at some point. I brought you favorites. Can I? You're the sweetest. I wish you weren't hurt. The sea, with its passages of light, with its weightless solving, as it gleams outward into black night, it fills his room, right there with him. In retreat, the ocean pulls along the sand, the trees, the asphalt, all people. Waves remain. He allows his body to be carried away, a soft pressure against his bruises. soul-bitten and aged, a figure of stone rendered unknown. Some saint, some disembodied pain. Half awake and falling inwards, muffled crashing, ships drifting across the horizon. I dreamed of the clouds passing by the moon like a dead fish. I dreamed a snake coiled around a power line. I dreamed I saw the sky beneath the sand. I dreamed my father was made of flowers. I dreamed salt water flooding the forests. I dreamed of life. Your lips were moving, but I couldn't hear. My eyes were see-through. Just try and rest right now. I'm really tired. Are you happier like this? I know you're tired too. Maybe I should let you rest. I love you. Hi. Chapitre 17. 7Y. Hi. It's really good. Thanks. I tried. Did you sleep well? So. Oh. You? No. Still hurts. At least I got to write a bit last night. Oh, what about? Can I read it? Sunlight casts leaves on the sand and sweeps across the vacant room. Windows wide open, all draped in white. Faint nods from the next room. I've been here, or someone else has. Some 5 feet away and transparent. Muscles sore. These days just feel like rest. Warm day. Shadows swim beneath my feet. The air here is the same as here, as there. Home doesn't contain anything. But it's nice. I like the wind against my skin. I like just listening to footsteps. Yeah? I really like how you see things. How so? Like you get at this intangible feeling. Just feels like something I've always known. Thank you. I'm never really sure what I'm writing about. Like how a dream makes sense in the moment. I thought you'd be somewhere else. Oops. At this point. I want you to be here. I know. Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's raining. Ooh. Ooh. Something has changed. Ok. Ok.